here we have a sign that says Christian Walk Underground Tunnel right over here on this side. What job?
Making clothing at home is by far the exception and not the norm. What do you think the 18th century housewife does with her daylight?
Something related to food preparation.
That's an excellent and concise description of it, because something, anything, everything related to food preparation. Because to feed the family is something more than taking it out of the microwave and putting it in, or taking it out of the freezer and putting it into the microwave. It's growing food and harvesting food and raising food and butchering food and preserving food and salting and smoking and jugging and jarring and pickling and brining food, and then marketing for food and cooking food and cleaning up from food, and then you get up the next day and you do it all again. And so where is the daylight time to do anything else in quantity except to feed the family? There are plenty of other important household tasks. Sewing certainly is important. But if you have a spare second as the pot boils by itself to do any sort of sewing, what's the first thing you tend to? Mending and repair. Everything else becomes second to that. It is often more economical, of better frugality, to give up a little bit of money than it is to give up a great deal of time. And so the 18th century housewife favors to buy the inexpensive labor. I said before that the practical nature, or the practical part of having your gown made begins with you choosing the fabric. That's practical because you are determining the cost of it. The cost is in the fabric, not in the making. Of course, the labor is paid for, but the plainest workaday garments here are half their price in their fabric and half their price in their making. And the better sorts of things can range upwards of 90 or 95% in their goods, and only 5 or 10% in their making.
The average person would have how many outfits?
List of these scenes that you shall encounter. And of course today, my friends, is the collapse of the royal government, beginning in 1765. And as you look down to the left, you see the time of the scenes given to you, the date in history and a description of the scene, and most importantly, the location of the scene. So as you traverse, my friends, and if you feel a bit out of sorts, feel free to not only consult your handbills, but of course also to ask someone who is dressed like myself, Mr. Murray or Mistress Mitchell, and we shall all be very glad to help you today. Now, my friends, this is a time of great celebration. It is a time where you shall encounter many different kinds of people. You shall not only encounter the fine gentlemen who are here, or who are very upset about what's happening in 1765, the Stamp Act and the Stamp Tax. You shall be encountering middling sorts of people, those with businesses, worried about the impact upon that. Servants and slaves as well. And you shall also be encountering none other than the royal governor himself. So it's very important, my friends, for you to know how to properly deport yourselves here in the 18th century. We call it doing your proper courtesy. And there is a proper way for ladies and for gentlemen to present themselves in such a way. So let us have some instruction, my friends, for those of us who live here in the past. We shall first, of course, begin with the fine ladies. So to help us with our instruction, help me to welcome Mistress Mitchell before us. Huzzah!
Yes, it's the ladies' turn now, so at first make you upstanding if you would. Yes, on your feet. Okay, and you can begin with putting your heels together. First position, so you'll be making a V with your feet, as you see here. As far as your hands, you can clasp them here and keep them at your waist, or hold the sides of your petticoat. And what we are going to do is bend at the knee. 1, 2, up, 3, 4. So plie. Are you ready to do it all together? Ready? Down, 1, 2, up, 3, 4. Lovely. Now it's time for the gentlemen.
We don't talk.
Well, gentlemen, will we not neglect this exercise? Please go standing. And gentlemen, you will begin much as the ladies, standing upright in first position, the heels together, your feet out at angles. I know you know you're in your wet lessons. Then gentlemen, if you're wearing a hat, you will off cap with one hand. If not, you may hold out both your arms in a graceful manner, thus. Very well done. Now you'll make a leg, extending whichever foot you choose forward, putting the weight on that back leg, and then you bend forward, keeping your head and neck straight, and then recover to end. So as in 4 steps, gentlemen, we'll repeat all 4 steps one by one. That's 1 for the hat and arms, 2 for the leg, 3 to bend, and 4 to recover. Very well shown, gentlemen.
Oh, very good, very good. My friends, you are about to begin your journey through time. We shall begin at the beginning of the Revolution, 1765, with the complaints about the Stamp Act and the Stamp Act, my friends. We are so glad to have you out here. We hope that you help us to celebrate this very fine time, my friends, with a song in your heart and a twinkle in your eye. We welcome you here to our time of the 18th century, 1765, and with the approach of the Royal Governor to Revolutionary City. Huzzah!
On the horse.
Gentlemen, wait days for his lordship. Lordship approaching.
God save the king! Oh, here he comes!
Oh, look, the cat.
Here come the fakir. Y'all showed him the proper respect now.
You gotta keep it.
They say God save the king, y'all. They say God save the king. Okay. Can you handle it? One, 2, 3. God save the king. You got my money.
I'll take my bowl on the porch. I think you just gonna keep an eye on all that's going on down there.
I tell you, that Patrick Henry, he stirred up the bees nest when he made that big speech last May. Bees have been swarming ever since, and now they're looking to sting.
Oh no! You're not about ready to tell that speech again, are you? What this gonna make about 100 times?
Say it happened right there in that Capitol building. Never seen anything before like it. All those Burgess men sitting there, wringing their hands saying, what are we to do about this stamp tax? Oh, what are we to do about this stamp tax? Then this new man, Patrick Henry, brand new man, never even been a Burgess before. He stands up and sounding like one of them new light preachers, he says, we will tell your parliament men that we will not pay your stamp tax. Virginians have always had the same rights as Britons, and the biggest one is being taxed only by the men that we elect. And he reminds us that the kings had always upheld that right. But now, while he's saying this, there is some mumbling and grumbling, but mostly this head's nodding, agreeing with what he's saying. But then,
here it comes now.
Patrick Henry swells himself up and says, therefore, that the General Assembly of these colonies has the only and exclusive right and power to lay taxes and impositions upon the inhabitants of these colonies, and that any attempts to vest such powers in any person or persons whatsoever other than the General Assembly aforesaid has the manifest tendency.
Excellency, our latest advisors from the Stamp Act Congress in New York are that they prepare to issue the Declaration of Rights. It is their inestimable duty as dutiful and loyal subjects of His Majesty to do so. Their resolution. It is to be little more than a re-articulating of Mr. Henry's resolve of last May. Once again, sir, we account it highly regrettable we were not able to prevent the passage of those most inflammatory resolutions.
Colonel Blair, there is no one door for which responsibility for this affair can be placed. But I do hope that Monsieur Henry and the other Horton-Giddy members do see and take no pleasure in the havoc which they have wreaked.
Havoc indeed. To believe that, while we witness this, gentlemen, 9 of the stamp distributors from the other colonies have in fact resigned their commissions.
And who could blame them in the face of persuasion such as these?
Oliver in Massachusetts was attacked in his home in Boston. Johnston in Rhode Island had his home in Newport wrecked by some so-called Sons of Liberty.
And Zechariah Hood of Maryland had his house pulled to the ground, forcing him to flee to New York.
And that poor man in Connecticut, Ingersoll, he was taken up and prepared to be hanged. Yes, hanged, until he pleaded for his life and renounced his commission.
Virginians, loyal subjects of His Most Gracious Majesty, King George III. I stand here before you a vexed, troubled man. But I stand here today before you betrayed. Betrayed as you have all been betrayed. Now I entreat you to hear me, pay close heed. The 16th night of December last, 1773, in the port of Boston, in the King's colony of Massachusetts, traitorous men, disguised as wild Indians, in the dead of night board ships of the East India Company, and once there they did cast overboard 356 chests of tea. Well now, to prevent further such offensive acts against private property, Parliament has, with His Majesty's blessing, of necessity closed the port of Boston to take place June 1st, and that is but 6 days hence. However, crimes of these ill-named Sons of Liberty are of no bother to us here in Virginia. We see prompt punishment for those crimes has been attended. King's justice has been served. And yet, your burgesses seem to disagree. In fact, your burgesses have but 2 days past adopted a resolution, the day of fasting and prayer, an expression of sympathy for these destroyers of property and wanton lawbreakers in Boston. What possible affront can be given by a recommendation for the day of fasting? Well, I declare to you here this day that such a call is not benign. It's a clear expression of sympathy for fools and for traitors. It's a most base and direct affront against His Majesty the King. Your burgesses have every awareness that days of fasting and prayer may only be decreed by His Majesty, or here in his province, by myself, his appointed executive, and yet by some authority which I am unable to discover, and in some dangerous states of delusion, they have ordained themselves proclaimers. I hold in my hand a paper published by order of your House of Burgesses, conceived in such terms as affects highly upon His Majesty the King and the Parliament of Great Britain, which makes it necessary for me to dissolve them. And they are dissolved accordingly. God save the King!
God save your King.
Methinks it is time to remind his lordship that if he disturbs too much his birds, he will lose their eggs for his puddings. My friends, our governor has spoken to us just now of the king's justice being served. But I ask you, since when is it British justice that the whole of Massachusetts is punished and all her people made to suffer because a handful of men broke the law? We now see that this attack on Boston is an attack upon us all. And if British ships of war can so easily make their way to Boston Harbor, how little time might it be before they find their way to Chesapeake Bay? Decisive action is now required that we might demonstrate our determination to defend our rights as free-born Englishmen. Citizens, your burgesses, I do beg pardon, your former burgesses, have agreed that we will not tuck tail and run, but instead will assemble tomorrow morning at Raleigh Tavern, and there we will draft a protest. We will make an association for some measure of non-importation of British goods, but, more essentially, we have now agreed that we must call for a Congress of representatives from all the colonies to meet annually to protect the united interests of America. We should be kept apprised by way of the gazettes. Good day, friends, and God save Virginia! To the Raleigh!
Of the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's what they've been working on for the last month. In any event, so I'm not saying that they wouldn't be pleased to see you and have dinner or supper with you later, but you're not going to be able to see them here at the Capitol. Now, I've been a clerk here at Williamsburg for 25 years and more, and I can tell you what they've been doing for you if you'd like to hear. I do hesitate, however, because of the presence of ladies and, of course, the children. I fear you will find this tedious. On the other hand, I suppose you must have some interest in government or you wouldn't be here at all. So I will proceed on that assumption, and if you have not, then I do apologize. This, by the way, is the chamber. When the voters sent the elected representatives from the counties, the burgesses, the one from each city, when the professors from the college sent their representative to the government, this is the chamber here in Williamsburg where they met and debated your rights, your life, liberty, property, tax law, slave law, tobacco regulation, a pension for a war veteran, highways and so forth, all of it. In any event, 5 weeks ago, back on May the 6th, there were about 25, about as many as you are, just a bit more. They come in, and as the law said they must, and waiting to be called into session as a royal government. But of course, the governor's, or the king's representative, the royal governor, was down in Norfolk 5 weeks ago waging war against us. So he was not here. So those burgesses sat quietly for one moment, respectfully, and then they simply let royal government in Virginia die. They didn't raise a hand to it, they just let it expire. So they rose silently, they filed out silently, and that was an end to English authority in Virginia. In any event, right away they were joined by about 75 or 80 elected delegates. Together they come back into the chamber and filled it as the 5th Virginia Convention. They've been working for your interests ever since. They raised some regiments straight away. Oh, and the women will likely be pleased to hear that they ordered for the local making of salt, since we cannot import that from the islands just, well, in the foreseeable future. In any event, a few days later, they voted us an independent commonwealth. You likely already know that. Now we all know that old Dutch saying, by uniting we stand, by dividing
we fall.
We fall. So Virginia has declared itself independent, but we cannot possibly stand without South Carolina, without New York, without Massachusetts, just as they could not possibly stand without us. In any event, a motion was sent up to the Grand Congress, and we're still waiting to hear back on that motion for independency. But the very next thing that they did back on the 15th, they said they wanted to ensure that what we're going through now never happens again. And what I mean by that is not the bloodshed that started up in the north last year. Of course, there's been the Battle of Kemp's Landing and Great Bridge, and half of Norfolk is in ashes down here in Virginia. But not only that, but for the last 10, 12, 15 years, Parliament has been trying, bit by bit, to take away our rights and liberties, and it's all been with the permission of that tyrant George III. And we've been protesting all of that time. So to ensure that our liberties are set forth plainly, the delegates called, even before the frame of the government, they called for a Declaration of Rights. For example, if you ever want to know in the future whether it'll be all right to search a Virginian's home without express and probable cause, there doesn't have to be a decade of legal contest. There doesn't have to be the bloodshed we're facing now. All you have to do is look into the Declaration of Rights, and you can't. It's the old law, man's home is his castle. You must have heard of that. In any event, so I just cite that as one example. Of course, this didn't exist a month ago. The idea existed, and of course they put it into committee. Everything goes into committee. And just under 2 weeks later, they came out with a first draft, which they recommended to the whole convention. And I may observe remarkably, before they entered into debate, they ordered that it be published in the newspapers. And of course the gentleman knows this already, but they also ordered that a broadside be printed so that anyone who wanted to could purchase a copy of what they were planning on doing, inform themselves, and make their concerns known to their delegates before the final vote. And I say this and I point this out because I know of no time in history when Parliament ever done that, or when the Burgesses, certainly here in Virginia, they've never done that, and I don't know about any other colony, but I've never heard of it. But this is not out of harmony with what they're planning. Article 2 tells you what kind of government they're planning. It says that all power is vested in, and consequently derived from, the people. That magistrates, those are the leaders, are their trustees and servants, and at all times amenable to them, being the people. And just so you know, those aren't just words. Article 3 says very bluntly that government is supposed to be for the good, and if the government's not good, it's the right of the people, not subjects, the people, to amend or overthrow it if necessary. Article 4, no man or set of men deserve any special privileges apart from the people. So you see, what they're conceiving is not the government of a king, and let me gesture towards a good king, George II, who ruled faithfully for 33 years. It's not going to be a sovereignty of one man. It's not going to be a sovereignty of a pack of men like lords. It's going to be a sovereignty of the people. They mean that in any event, and I can see I'm boring the ladies, so I'll leave off the subject. But that's what they're doing, and we've heard back from folks. Article 1, actually, that didn't escape the first morning before they got in debate on that. In the first draft, it started, all men are born equally free and independent, which sounds well on the face of it, but if you see what the problem with that is?
Slavery.
How are you going to keep your slaves? Mr. Nicholas stood up and he said, slaves are all born, half of them were born to be men. You say all men are born equally free and independent, they're going to think they're free, then you've got insurrection on top of civil war and we're destroyed. In any event, and others looked at him like he was mad, but that's beside the point. After 2 days, they changed things so that in the final draft it says that all men are by nature equally free and independent, and it adds the clause, once they have entered into a state of society, then they have the claim to life, liberty, property, safety, happiness. Those are iterated there. So the illustration one, gentleman.
Keep going.
No one's heard much out of the committee concerning that. And, you know, I think I can say a word about what they did because they've settled the declaration. You know, the committee was 3 dozen. To Albion. And so the English crown has claimed everything from sea to sea for the last 200 years. Well, that's fine for 100 years, or about 50 years ago, there were more Frenchmen and Spaniards living on the Mississippi than Englishmen ever set eyes on it. And so this was a vanity. This was not real. But that's what Parliament threw us into the war to seize. They sent, the governor of Virginia sent Colonel Washington up to the Ohio Territory to tell the French to go away. And they didn't go away, and then there was a skirmish, and then Mr. Jumonville died for their in any event, that's beside the point. Treaty negotiations would happen in there. In past decades, some of these French Protestants, the Huguenots, after they'd lived here for 7 years, would want to be naturalized, and so they do that in that chamber. What would you do? Send it to England. That's very generous of you. What was that?
Burn it.
That's what I said. I said, burn it.
Throw it in the jail.
The throne. And if it remains, there may be a temptation. Like when the Virginia, it will be the General Court of the Commonwealth of Virginia. One of the whole reasons we're in the war is because we want to keep the ancient liberties. And so, for example, in the first draft and again in the final, it mentions juries in 2 articles. It mentions things like you can't convict yourself out of your own mouth, that you can't be subject to excessive fines and cruel and unusual punishment. In fact, they're very bold in here saying that you know, things are going to be different. In the past, well, I'm somewhat ahead of myself. It used to be that the royal governor would preside, joined by about half of his 12-man council, and then the clerk would be there, the jury here, the lawyers there, the bar, the king's justice, the sheriffs, and then everybody else parties to the action. What was I about to say regarding trials? Oh, gosh. Well, that just went out of my mind. Beg pardon? Well, that was one element, yes. One argument says that trial by jury is ancient and sacred and should be preserved even in civil suits.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Grimes. And how is your health today?
Before you enter, you might have the manners to ask me if you're welcome.
I see your anger continues unabated.
You show altogether too much presumption in my presence. My father would not approve.
The cold bath seems to benefit you a little, Mr. Grimes.
You make it free. Who are you?
I am Philip Barreau, visiting physician to this hospital, and I am from the people of Virginia and the court of directors of this hospital.
All authority rests with me and my father. I am King George III's only son. I am heir to the throne, and this is my palace. My servants should not have admitted you to my presence.
Mr. Grimes, the court ordered you confined to this hospital 3 weeks ago to be cured of your illness. You have
Meantime, continue to keep your arm because
soon, recently acquired silver.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, I'll be right along.
Sorry.
Including in letters, and one of those letters gets published by someone down in Maryland and ends up in the papers down here as well. So before he ever gets here, he's not in the best of terms. In fact, he has trouble getting here because he just doesn't want to leave New York. And finally, Governor Klein, who was governor of North Carolina, gets reappointed in New York. He has to really go up to New York and sit somewhere else.
Governors appointed by the Crown, the last one being a man by the name of John Murray, the 4th Earl of Dunmore. So we'll be talking more about John Murray and his family as we go throughout the building today. But he's not the last governor to live here on the property. For Virginians do something rather bold in May of 1776. What do you think Virginians might declare in 1776? Independence, precisely. And if you've declared independence, is this going to be the home of any royal governors anymore? Of course not. But it's still a perfectly good building. Let's keep using it. This time is the official residence of the governors of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Two gentlemen come to live here under that title. I think you'll be familiar with both of their names. So the first was rather inclined to make some dramatic speeches at the Capitol. In fact, he said something along the lines of, "Give me liberty or give me death in Richmond town."
Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry. Excellent. Now, the second was not as gifted as a public speaker as Mr. Henry. That's a bit of a difficult act to follow, I'd say. But he's very, very skilled with the pen. Thomas Jefferson. Now, Thomas Jefferson is the last governor to live here on the property. It's during his administration that they moved the capital to Richmond in 1780. After he leaves, the building falls into disuse for a little while. Eventually, we'll have the last major battle of the American Revolution, just a little ways down the road. Have any idea what that's called? Yorktown. Got a big empty building. We're going to use it as a hospital. Now, in December of that year, 1781, the building caught fire and burned to the ground in a matter of hours. That's my bad news this morning. The building you'll be seeing today is not original to the 18th century, although we do have 88 original buildings here in town. This one is a reconstruction done in 1934. Some people are often curious, well, how did you know enough about that building to reconstruct it accurately for us? Good question. We had many wonderful sources come to light. I'll share just a few of them with you now. So to start, we did have the Governor's Council's orders from the beginning of the 18th century that the building be constructed of brick, 2.5 stories, with a slate roof, with a cellar that had a vault in it, etc. How useful is that? Somewhat, right? We've got the right materials to use. You can still put them together in a number of ways to get a 2.5-story brick building. You need a little bit more detail than that, I think you'll agree. One of our researchers that was doing some work over in Oxford University's Bodleian Library in England helped us out with that. It's getting to be the last day that you're going to be there, actually, and she said there's one more thing I'd look at. It says here there's supposed to be some engravings from some 18th century Virginia towns. Hold on. Well, one of them turns out to have a 1747 copper plate engraving of the Governor's Palace here in Williamsburg. So it's incredibly detailed, and so much so that you can see some of the shapes of the parterre and the forecourt not on it. So it helps you reconstruct some gardens as well. But I would say this does a good job of helping us figure out what the outside of the building could look like. Alright, let's think about the inside then. Have any of you been to Thomas Jefferson's home, Monticello? Okay, I see several of you. Do you remember who designed Monticello? Who? Thomas Jefferson, exactly. He thinks of himself as an amateur architect of sorts. In fact, he said putting up and pulling down was his favorite amusement. So I don't know if he has any grand ideas about remodeling while he's here, but he does do something very useful. He left behind a detailed floor plan of the building as he said he could. We've got the layout of the rooms, the dimensions, placement of doors, stairwells, windows. Another very helpful document, I think you'll agree. Now that we've got some idea of some outside and some inside architectural features, I'll put a question to you. How do you think we ought to furnish the Governor's Palace? you got? 18th century period furniture that fits with the governor's station in life, of course. You can actually be very specific, though, about what should be inside, because Lord Bonneton, he's the second to last royal governor to live here, died suddenly in office. It was customary in the 18th century when someone dies, they went through and they took a probate inventory. We've got the list. It goes room by room and it tells us every single item in those rooms at that time. We also have another list. This is from Lord Dunmore himself. You might say he leaves here in less than pleasant circumstances. In fact, he flees in the middle of the night in June of 1775. And if you leave in the middle of the night, you take a lot of things with you. No. So when he gets back to London, he's very influential in starting what they call the Royalist Claims Commission. If you have any hands in it, I've learned. So a lot of American loyalists who lost property during the Revolution as a result of siding with the king. But, well, it's rather nice for the British government to pay us back for that property. We've got his list, his schedule of losses, the list of personal property he left behind here. He assigns values to it. In fact, he does get paid back for everything. Except for the... Huh?
I'm sure he didn't pass that one.
Oh, he did try to put some Western lands he claimed, but he actually didn't assign values to that because he didn't have high hopes for it. But he gets paid back for everything else, save the salary he kept drawing till the end of the war. They do subtract that out of the total. And lastly, we've got another very major source. If you got nothing above ground for building, you want to find out more about it, what might you do?
Sell it.
Dig, exactly. We had archaeologists out here working. They uncovered all the original foundations, including the original cellar floors. In fact, if you want to walk on them, they're just around the corner there. You can go down and see them after your tour. And many other things, like chunks of marble from the entry hall floor. Match that to the marble, the quarries where it came from originally. At the same time, put it right back in the palace. So I dare say, what you're going to see inside today is a very faithful representation of what you might have found had you stepped through these doors in the 18th century. And speaking of that, once I invite you into the advanced building right behind you, that's servants' quarters for paid servants the governor brought with him here to Virginia. I'm going to ask you to step back in your imagination with me to January 18th, 1775. So Lord Dunmore, our last royal governor, is still here in office. You might say he's reached what's going to be the height of his popularity here in the colony, and the household is preparing for a grand entertainment, a ball for tonight. So once you get inside and are seated, I will be joining you in the 18th century, January of 1775. Now, for some modern announcements, so if you have any chewing gum, greatly appreciate it. I did think I ought to let them know. It seems as if we've got a very large number of early guests arriving already for tonight's ball in honor of Her Majesty Queen Charlotte's birthmonth. I presume that's why you must be here already. We do have another birth of our own to celebrate right here in Williamsburg. I bet you haven't heard of that yet. That's of our governor's youngest daughter. They named her Lady Virginia in honor of the colony. Isn't that sweet? She was born just a few weeks ago, and today is to be the day of her christening. I don't mean to presume, but judging by some of your attire, it would seem as if you've traveled a great distance. Is that why you're here early? I mean, have some of you never been to Williamsburg before, seen inside the main building? Yes. And you wish to get your bearings before tonight, is the package? Yes. Well, the family is out as we speak. I suppose I could show you through some of the public spaces of the building. Scott's office space. That's where she sees to be running the household from. If you ask me, she's got a rather formidable responsibility, especially on a day like today. In charge of all the supervising all the preparations for the ball. Trust me, we do not wish to run into her. Indeed. And there is, to impress you with the power and authority of the king. You see the king's coat of arms up there. And with the power and authority of the governor here as the king's direct representative in Virginia. Are you all properly impressed with that? Very good. You're meant to be. Now this is a centuries-old tradition of decoration.
country houses in this fashion. Well, have any of you ever been to London or Hampton Court? That's the King's Palace. I've heard it has a magnificent display of weapons much like this one. Much greater in number, though. We do only have about 540 weapons to our collection here. But, now, it could send additional around the world with the mightiest army undertaking. It's comforted also, I dare say, that His Majesty's protection does extend even to those of us who live in some of the furthest reaches of His dominions. Now, these weapons are not just up here to impress you, they do serve a practical purpose, as sort of secondary armor for the colony, in addition to those military supplies kept. If you go back around to this side, out of the front gate, go directly to the second gate.
Yeah. I guess they probably it might actually be better in dispersing the even heat across the oven floor as opposed to the
What kind of meat are you cooking?
That's pork over there. Co-worker was working with some biscuit or some pork chops. So what she did is she just put them on the heat. this one here just to know how big it is. These are called pork is sort of like every Virginian birthright. It's just the quantity of it. That's what this thing is.
Next two buildings, the big white ones in front, let's go together. One on the far side is the snow house, and a little bit closer to the snow. That's like the mountain and snow. I took the very good view. There, mine is very salty.
Wonderful home. Now, Everard Thomas and his wife Diane have two daughters, Martha and Frances.
This is an original house. It was built in the 1770s. It's one of the 88 original homes in Williams. Now, sadly enough, their mother died when they were young, just like Mr. Everard's. Paint on it.
This is all original furniture?
Yes, everything. The little closets you see there with the door open, that's 98% of them in Virginia didn't live like this. Here in Williamsburg, you have your upper 2%. So you can have looking at it. In the little window sill there, you see a little white doublet and a little container, a little glass container to hold sponge, a loofah sponge. That was baked in the 18th century. Maybe it could be done, of course. And anyone who lived in a house like this had slaves. They had 19. So you have a wherewithal. See the print that's to the left of the window? That's Christ Hospital. And that is an original 18th century print of the orphanage.
And that's the one that was in England, right?
That's right, yeah.
What you said, yeah.
There is an easy chair there. They only had an overstuffed chair signs. And that would have been the master bedchamber. Now, there was a man, his name was Bristol. He was Mr. Everard's slave, his manservant. He dressed in liveries. Everybody knows what that is. And he would be the one who would come into this room when Mrs. Everard was gone. He would warm up the bed. Yeah, I want to go in here.
Hello? Hey, where are you? All right, are y'all coming down this way at all?
got out. The other guys were out. Now those four guys that went down is helping.
Then in 1989, the decision was made to take it back to what it looked like in the 18th century. That's what you see today. It was a very extensive project. The building was closed for almost 2 years while they did that. When it reopened, we had 2 associate justices of the U.S. Supreme Court for the reopening of it. Now, we're pretty pleased with it. We're about 99.9 as far as you want to carry it out. Sure that what you see here today is how it looked in the 18th century. Now, as I said, we had 2 courts of bed here, City of Williamsburg and James City County. City Court dealt mostly with administrative things. Hopefully none of you were able to hear when I was talking about it a few minutes ago, but if you were, bear with me. The most serious thing the City Court would get involved with was speeding tickets. Yes, you could get a ticket for speeding here in Williamsburg. There's a law in the books that you cannot ride or drive a horse through town any faster than a man can walk. If you did and somebody turns you in, you're going to be in court. You could be fined 5 shillings. If you're convicted, think about it a minute, who gets half of that fine? How about the person that turned you in? A little incentive there, isn't it? So, county court a little different. They dealt with misdemeanors. They dealt with things like swearing, public drunkenness, missing church. It's the kind of thing that's going to get you into county court. County court also dealt with any felonies involving slaves. A free black that's going to be tried for a felony gets tried in the general court. Now, it's a capital. And the other free person. The slave that's going to be tried for a felony gets tried in the county system. Now, both the city and the county court met once a month. If it was a city court meeting, a big chair would be occupied by the mayor. He'd be surrounded by his alderman. If it was a county court, there'd be at least 4 justices of the peace up there. We don't go to a single judge system here in Virginia until after the Civil War. So up until that time, you're always going to see a panel of judges. Here in James City County, there was a total of 17 justices of the peace appointed. They're appointed by the governor. It's a lifetime appointment. Those men are up there because of who they are, not what they know. They don't have to be lawyers, and they don't get paid. These are some of the wealthiest men in the county. That's one of the reasons they're up there.
Doesn't mean they don't know a little bit about the law, because they do. They're well-read men, plus the fact that they pick up a lot of it just being here in court when court's in session. The lower bench on the floor level, floor level is where the jury would be if we had one. The nature of the cases didn't require a jury very often, but if you did, to be on that jury, the person had to be white, male, a landowner over the age of 21, and a Protestant. Same requirements to vote for the whole public office. These two rows are where the lawyers would be, again, if they had them. For the same reason with the jury, there's very little cause and need for lawyers here. To begin with, if you're brought into court and fined for a felon or a misdemeanor, and you're fined 5 shillings, it's going to cost you 15 shillings to hire an attorney. Not much future in that, is it? Most of the time, if you see an attorney in here, they're representing somebody from outside the area. It could be somebody from another county, another colony. Often it was companies in England that would hire attorneys here as their representatives. So that's when you would see a lawyer. The 2 boxes, one of them is the sheriff, the other is the under sheriff. The sheriff is always one of the justices. Every year, one of the justices steps down off the bench for a year to become sheriff. At the end of that time, he goes back and another one comes down. Part of the reason for that is the fact that our sheriff's main job is not law enforcement. Anybody remember what the main job of the sheriff of Nottingham was? It wasn't catching Robin Hood. Yeah, tax collector. Same with ours. Our sheriff's main job is a tax collector. He receives a percentage of what he collects. That's one of the reasons why they rotate the position. The green table behind me is where the clerk would be. The clerk did have to be a licensed lawyer. Now, most lawyers here in the colonies got their training by what was called reading the law. And basically, that's like doing an apprenticeship. The best example we have, of course, locally is Thomas Jefferson, who read the law with Mr. Wythe over here on the Palace Green. And as a side note, my understanding is here in the Commonwealth, you can still become licensed as a lawyer by reading the law. You do not have to attend law school. The room over here is the clerk's office. He's the only one with the office. He's the only one who really needs one. These guys don't do anything. He does all the work. 3 days before that court session is going to be a very busy time because you're going to have people coming in from all over the county with all kinds of papers to process, wills, deeds to record. Plus, he's trying to get the docket established for the upcoming sessions. So it's going to be a very busy time. What's posted on the wall is a list of the fees that are charged. They're on there 2 different ways. They're on there in hard currency, which you'll see a set of 3 numbers representing pounds, shillings, and pence. Some of them are on there in pounds of tobacco, because tobacco is legal currency here in Virginia. Now, it sounds strange to us today, but here in the 18th century, all of the clergy for the Church of England churches, their annual salary was paid in tobacco, not in currency. Front room up there is a deliberation room for the jury if you needed one. Like I said, we seldom had a jury even. And when we did, they normally reach a verdict without ever leaving the bench up here. But if they did need to deliberate, all 12 men would be taken into that room. The door's going to be locked. You're in there without any food, water, light, or anything else till they have a verdict. No such thing as a hung jury. You have to have 12 votes one way or the other before they can come out. Think you're going to be in there very long? Probably not. The other front room is a meeting room for the justices. They would meet there before or after a session, or if for some reason they needed to meet privately during the session, that's where they would go. The door that's closed, a note on it says it's the clerk's office for the hustings court. Just another name for the city of Williamsburg court. But don't believe it, that's where we hide stuff we don't want you to see. It's where the telephone, fire extinguisher, and things like that. Now, this is the bar of the King's Justice. The only people this side of the bar are officers of the court. You all are in the common area. And right now there's 8 people in the room besides myself that are historically correct. Anybody want to venture a guess who they are? Yeah, the people standing. In the 18th century, there would not have been these nice, soft, comfortable wooden benches for you to sit on. You would have been standing, which would make you what? Not tired. How about bystanders? Yep, you'd be a bystander. Person standing trial, that's what they're doing. They're standing here in front of the bar, along with any plaintiffs or witnesses, so they'll all be standing. Now, what do you think is the most common thing a person's going to be in this court for? Debt.
Swear.
That's fairly high, but that's not it.
Swear.
How about missing church? The law says here in Virginia says if you're a male or female, 21 years of age or older, you will attend the parish church at least one Sunday a month. Failure to do that, you're going to find yourself in court. Penalty is 5 shilling fine. If you cannot or will not pay the fine, you can find yourself out at the whipping post, where you could receive up to 39 lashes on the bare back, well laid off. Most people paid their fine or attended services. But it's a misconception.
Who would bring the charge?
Anybody. For the same reason on the speeding ticket. If they turn you in for missing church and you're convicted and fined, they get half the fine.
Did that include women?
Yep. Yep.
And how do they know that then you're being short?
I said, somebody could turn you in.
Somebody do kind of like a...
Oh, they knew.
Some neighbors, they...
No, they knew who was there anyway. You're not talking to that big a community. So, but contrary to what a lot of people think, the idea of having a mandatory church attendance has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with religion. Nothing at all. The idea to get you to church once a month is so that you're informed of what's going on. Because any new laws, any legal notices, anything like that is going to be posted on the parish church door and read from the pulpit for X number of Sundays in a row. So that's why they want you in church, not for religion. Now, when you came in the door, out on the side, we have our stocks and pillory out there. Biggest photo op place in town. Probably in one good day in the summertime, more people had their picture taken out there than were ever in the stocks and pillory the entire time Virginia was a colony. They weren't used that much. They're designed to embarrass and humiliate. The one that would be used the most probably was the stocks. That's the one that feet go in. The best example of that is it kind of used a lot like a holding cell would be today. Because if you had an individual that had a trial time set, and those justices were afraid they might wander off. I mean, you know, after all, Tuning's tavern right here. Somebody wandered down there, Lord knows when they'll come back. They probably would miss their trial day time. Well, they might stick them in there until time for their trial. The pillory, a little different. That's the one that head and arms go in. Probably used for attitude adjustment. If you had a person that was coming in here as a repeat offender and being fined and they weren't changing their behavior, well, justices might decide to put them out there in the pillory for a couple of hours, see if that might help, might get their attention. The most serious thing a person might end up out there for is perjury. They really frown on people lying in court in the 18th century. And if you were convicted, the normal punishment is 6 months in jail and a 20-pound fine. Now, to put that in a little bit of perspective, here in the 18th century, they're not putting people in jail for long periods of time. It's considered cruel and unusual punishment. 6 months of the year is pushing that limit. That's down in the area where borderline to what they would consider cruel and unusual punishment. The other thing to keep in mind is that 20 pounds. That's a lot of money. When you figure that most of the tradesmen here in town, the carpenters, the shoemakers, and so on, they're only making 35 to 40 pounds a year. You're talking a lot of money. So if a person can't come up with that, they're going to find themselves out in the pillory. Once they're out there, and again, that's the one that head and arms go in. Once they're locked in there, the undersheriff's going to come out and drive a nail through their ear into the board on the side. In an hour, he'll come out with a knife and cut around where that nail is. He's going to do the same thing in the other ear. He'll drive a nail through that ear into the board, hour, come out and cut around it. So, you've been out in the pillory for about 2 hours. You have funny-looking ears. Everybody's going to know you got caught lying in court. But you're free to go. Actually, the way the law reads is you could take the entire ear off. So just getting notched was sort of being nice to you. It was serious enough in the 18th century if a person had an ear damaged in an accident or a fight, where the first thing they're going to do is come in and see the clerk and get an affidavit stating what happened to their ear so they can show people. Say, look, John Smith bit my ear off in a fight down here at Tuning's Tavern. I didn't get caught lying in court. See, it says so right here. they're not going to take any chance on people thinking they had caught line, if they did. On that happy note, are there any questions?
What was the conviction rate?
I don't know what the rate was. Unfortunately, here in Williamsburg, we're in James City County, which is what here in Virginia is referred to as a burn county, which means a lot of our early records were lost either before or during the Civil War. So as far as being able to give you that kind of figure, I don't really know. I don't know that we have it, because as I said, so many of those records have been lost. I know, I can tell you that when you go down to the general court down at the Capitol, we talked down there about the fact that that court dealt with felonies. And again, it was a case where we don't have a lot of the records, but we don't have any indication that it was. That we talked about in our, once they marry, those rights transfer to their husband. If they lose their husband for one reason or another, the rights go back to them. Probably one of the reasons a lot of but they're called a fem soul, and they have all the rights managed as long as they're not married. Good example here in town, Christianity Campbell's family, owned and operated by.
When the metric come out? Take a wild guess.
It's a turn of the century.
Right. Ever see Civil War cannons measured as 3-pounders, 9-pounders, 12-pounders, and things like that? And then about 1870s, you start seeing things called 76 millimeter and this and that kind of stuff. So metric is first invented in the 1790s. Nobody uses it. And then it's not until the end of the 19th century that people start using it. But I are size 9 just because they measure the form differently. But that's only happened in the last 90 years.
So does the whole shoe leather, you make even the sole leather as well on these?
No, well, it all comes to us all ready to go, but we'll buy it from feldmongers, and feldmongers sell all the types of materials that we need.
I see. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. No, this is a men's shop. This is a men's shop. The reason why we do this, we specialize to keep costs and overhead down. So you get good and quick at doing one thing and doing it well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did think I saw one of these shoes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 46, straight spot. Simple yet elegant. This project is perfect example of the
We set up to work with steel as well as iron, or just iron?
Steel actually works at a lower temperature than iron does.
Oh, does it?
And so we actually use both as blacksmiths. There's several tools here on the table: the axes, the hammer, the draw neck sitting over here, the locks up here. Have both iron and steel in those tools. Steel we use sparingly. It costs more in the time period. So for an axe like this, you know, most of this is iron. From here back is iron. And really it's just the inch or two on the front side, the cutting edge, that has steel. So they're welded together. They're like materials, so they work basically the same. But like I said, the steel has a lower working temperature than the iron does. Depending on how much carbon is present in the steel, the working temperature is roughly about 300 to 600 degrees lower than the iron.
This shop has to make
There's a lot of that goes on here. So if we had to pick a leading category, agricultural implements would certainly be on that list in this area in the 18th century.
at least until we go to war with England. And this shop does a lot of government work. We had a contract with the state, doing lots of weapons repair work. But at the same time, it still had to do some civilian ironwork, so it would have still included some agricultural implements, stuff for just the general household or tools of other trades. So looking at the stuff that's out here on the table, this really is the stuff that we're working on more frequently.
It's a pretty lucrative trade.
Depends on how well you can run a business. So it's a yes or no answer. There's no guarantees. You know, there's no trades that guarantee success in the time period, or today for that matter. They were. You'd have a lot more people going into it now.
How many people worked in one at one time?
This shop here at its peak of operation had about 40 people, 50 people, somewhere in that neighborhood. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly how many people they had in any given year because they don't keep that type of business record. You know, today a business keeps those type of records because they're paying, you know, federal and state taxes and Social Security and all that type of stuff. Or in the 18th century, as the worker, you're paid in cash, so they don't have to worry about that. But we do have a document that survives from this business where the owner of the shop over a 3-year period is paying about 70 different people. So probably figuring about 40 to 50 at any given point.
Who was the owner?
A fellow by the name of James Anderson. He basically starts a business in Williamsburg in 1762 and operates a business here in town until his death, which is in 1798. So he's running a blacksmith shop here for about 35 years. And I guess the biggest part of his business is when we go to war with England, that's when his shop expands to a much larger size. He gets a contract with the state, and that's when he's doing lots of government repair work. So he goes from a shop that probably had 5 or 6 people working in it to a shop that had 40 or 50 in a matter of just a couple of years.
How long does like an apprentice take to learn all this stuff?
Well, how long it takes you to learn it and how long your apprenticeship is 2 different things. You know, hopefully you learn the basics and get proficient at the basics in 2, 3, 4 years, and hopefully you still have 2 or 3 years left on your apprenticeship after that. At least that's what the owner of the shop's told me. He's hoping to make a profit off of it before you leave. How long your apprenticeship is, they average about 5 or 6 years typically, but they can be longer or shorter depending really on when you start. We'll let the Smith behind me talk a little bit. I gotta run through here.
As Mark said, if you all have questions, you're welcome to ask and pick things up on the tables. Smith.
What's this? Is that why we call it that?
Rockefeller let it get out that he was behind these purchases, then you can imagine property values would go. Yeah, they can.
Every time you go out,
They're the chief.
Yeah, there are a number of national parks that Rockefeller initially purchased for that. Well, for the little kids, this is old. This is about 16 years old. 4 of us kind of jumped in together on this, and for that same audience, I guess this is older. 2 of us did this about 25 years ago.
Okay.
One of the other jurymen built this table about a decade ago, and the master shop carved a eagle chair here about a decade ago as well. On some days of the week, there are 6 of us. So have some talking in both rooms, we still got a lot done. I might get 5.5 hours at the bench, 5 hours at the bench, 12, 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. And you wouldn't want people interrupting the work in the workroom, and I don't think most polite sort of want to go to study during workroom anyway. Yeah, things are a little more pleasant.
They need to fit pretty tight. The glue is strong, but it doesn't fill empty gaps. So you've got to have wood touching wood pretty firmly. You brush the glue on while it's hot, and as it cools, it's congealing, and it's fully set. Within 2-3 hours, you can be back working on it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day though. Have a good week.
You get one that but there's some before that.
They won't give you one? Okay.
Oh, we have a pass though. I can get that.
Mom has to go.
Have young children with you. If you have any pets,
over the specific procedures that they are going through. So during this first group, keep an eye on what they're doing, and we'll describe it in just a few minutes.
Load with turkey. Ram home. Chicken fries. Again. Ready.
Royal Artillery.
That's pretty cool, man.
Make me jump.
Yeah.
Their official organization dated back to a king's warrant of 1716. And they actually had a school that was established at Woolwich, England for the training of engineers and artillery officers. They were a prestigious unit by the time that Yorktown took place. And members of the British Royal Artillery, they were actually paid more than members of other units, such as the cavalry or the infantry of the same rank or designation. They had a very high esprit de corps. Here at Yorktown, they were commanded by Captain George Rochefort. Captain Rochefort attained the rank of Lieutenant General before his death in the 1820s. Here at the Siege of Yorktown, Captain Rochefort commanded 218 members of the Royal Artillery. He suffered a casualty rate during the siege of 24 men killed, 21 men wounded, and 2 missing. 47 members of that unit were casualties during the siege of Yorktown. The weapon that was fired here today is a reproduction British light 6-pounder, a field gun. The British light 6-pounder was considered to be the battalion gun of the British infantry during this period. The battalion gun meaning that it was designated to move into the field of battle with a battalion of infantry, to give infantry direct support on the field of battle, because it was mobile enough, it was light enough to be able to do that. For this period, it was a fairly state-of-the-art piece of equipment. That weapon could be very, very effective at 800 to 1,000 yards. Firing solid shot, it could be effective against columns of enemy infantry marching onto the field of battle. It could be also effective against other enemy artillery, as well as horses and cases or livers of ammunition as well. Here at Yorktown, General Cornwallis surrendered 244 pieces of artillery. 4/5 of that artillery, so about 200 or so guns, were 12-pounders, just like we saw in the lobby, or even smaller weapons. 9-pounders, 6-pounders, just like this one, 3-pounders, and 4-pounders. And although those weapons were extremely effective within certain situations, they were heavily outgunned here at Yorktown by the French and American artillery. The French and the Americans had about twice the number of artillery as did the British. They had about half the number. The British had twice the number of pieces. The French and the Americans had about 120 to 130 weapons. But the French and artillery, the French and American artillery, was much bigger caliber, much larger weapons. The French and the Americans had siege guns. If you'll notice to your left, the piece on the big blue carriage, that is a reproduction 24-pounder siege gun. So just by virtue of that title, you already know that the solid shot that that weapon fired weighed 4 times as much as the solid shot that that weapon fired. And in a situation like a siege, the French and the Americans were able to achieve a superiority in artillery fire because of that fact. Most often, a siege involves a duel between the opposing forces of artillery. So whoever can achieve an advantage or superiority in artillery fire oftentimes is the victor. Here at Yorktown, the British had no guns that were that large or any larger on this side of the river. And across the way at Tyndall's Point, they had one single 24-pounder. Please notice, if you will, the earthen mounds that surround us. Those are part of what remains of the British inner defensive line. The fortifications that surrounded the main British defensive position. So the ground that we're standing on right now was occupied by Lieutenant General Cornwallis and his army as their main defensive position. Those earthen walls began just beside us on the river and continued for over 2,000 yards, for over a mile. They ended just the opposite side of Yorktown, which is about a quarter mile from us, again overlooking the river. In this area, those earthen walls were about 12.5 feet tall and about 19 feet thick at the top. So if you were a British officer or soldier on this ground during the siege of 1781, those earthen walls were intended as your protection against anything that an enemy could throw at you. They were intended to absorb enemy fire. That is one of the main reasons why the siege artillery was so much more effective here than the field artillery. The large 24-pound solid shot from that weapon could literally decimate those earthen walls, pound away at them until physical gaps were created in those earthen fortifications. All the while, the French and the Americans were moving close enough to the exterior of these works that they could assault and take this position if the British didn't surrender outright. That 24-pounder siege gun had a velocity of 866 feet per second. The 6-pounder field gun threw its solid shot with a velocity of 691 feet per second. That means that when that gun fired, it had a much greater force on impact. Whereas the 6-pounder could be very effective in the open field, it was heavily outgunned by the 24-pounder siege gun. That is what made the difference here at Yorktown. To give you an eyewitness account of the strength of Allied fire here, I offer you a quote by British Lieutenant Bartholomew James. He was in the Hornwork only about 300 yards southwest of us that way. This is from October the 12th. Lieutenant James said, "In 52 minutes after my arrival in the Hornwork, the enemy silenced the 3 left guns by closing the embrasures. Shortly after which, they dismounted a 12-pounder and knocked off the muzzles of 2 18s. And for the last hour and a half left me with 1 18-pounder, with a part of its muzzle also shot away. With this, I kept up a fire until it was also rendered useless. The strength and overwhelming power of Allied artillery played a determining role in the outcome of this engagement. The bombardment began on the part of the Allies the afternoon of October the 9th and ended the morning of October the 17th. And in that period of just under 8 days, Brigadier General Henry Knox, who commanded Washington's Continental Artillery, estimated that the French and the Americans threw over 15,000 artillery rounds into this position, an average of one shot every 1.2 minutes. Is it any wonder that after 8 days of that bombardment that lasted virtually day and night, is it any wonder that General Cornwallis requested surrender charge? What we're going to do now is our living history detachment will go through the procedures of loading that artillery piece. We're not going to actually fire it this time. We're just going to describe all the procedures that are taking place, and then they will go through it again a second time, after which they will fire for the final time.
Search the gun.
On the command, search the gun, the left front gunner will enter the worm into the bore, the interior of the gun, and remove any debris from a previous shot.
Handle your sponge.
The right front gunner will now enter his, prepare to enter his sponge into the bore and will hoist it first.
Fire the vent.
The right rear gunner will place his thumb, which is covered by a leather sleeve, on top of the vent at the breech, the back end of the piece. The vent is a hole that leads into the bore, the interior of the gun. If that gun has already been fired, it will be hot, and there's the potential that there could be smoldering debris inside the bore. And what happens if oxygen gets sucked through that vent, that hole, and gets fanned over that smoldering debris? It could cause a premature explosion, which could cause injury to your own gunner. To prevent that, oxygen from getting in the bore, hold the thumb over the vent.
Punch the gun.
Now the right front gunner will enter that moist gun into the bore to extinguish any smoldering debris and to cool the gun.
1 round, dry fire, advanced target.
Our officer gives the command for the type of round to be fired, and our gunner at the limber chest then forwards that round to the gunner at the left front of the piece.
Load with cartridge.
Who will place that round just in the very muzzle end of the gun, and then he steps outside the wheel.
Ram home.
The right front gunner sends that round to the breech of the piece so that the black powder end of the round is now immediately under the vent.
Pick and prime.
The right rear gunner is equipped with a priming wire, a copper wire that is sharpened at one end. He drives that through the vent to pierce that bag of black powder to expose the black powder. He is also equipped with a quill primer, a primer that is filled, a tube that is filled with black powder. He places that in the vent to receive the flame.
Okay.
Our captain is the one that physically sights and aims the weapon, giving the command by tapping on the trail for slight movement to the right and left.
Ready.
The left rear gunner is equipped with a lens stock that has a hemp rope at the top that smolders, retains a slow burn about the rate of the match. So when the command fire is given and he waves that over the breech of the piece, it ignites the black powder in the quill primer in the vent, which sends the flame to the main charge, and that's what fires.
Fire! Oh!
Pretty impressive. All right, well, we're now ready to fire the weapon for the final time, and our cannoneers will go through those same procedures. So this time, when the captain gives the order to fire, you will hear the explosion and the concussion death.
One round, light and jet and charge.
And of course, all of these procedures were intended for a couple basic purposes, but two of those basic purposes were not only for a high rate of fire to throw as much towards the enemy as you could, but they were also very conscious of safety during that period as well, because dealing with explosive black powder can be very dangerous, and you did not want to cause casualties to your own force. During a battle situation, the gun captain would normally have only called out the type of round and how many rounds to be fired consecutively. The gun detachment would have been so well trained that they would have worked off of each other's movement.
Fire!
Not required an individual
Who knows?
The siege of Yorktown, the surrender after that incredible bombardment, the surrender took place on October the 19th, 1781. Did the war officially end that day? It didn't officially end then. When did it officially end? 2 years later, 1783.
Abutment there, that's solid wall. With
For anyone interested in lunch, there are 3 restaurants here in a row. The Yorktown Pub, the Yorktown Sandwich Shop, and the Duke of York. copy of Riverwalk Landing. You'll find the Waterman's Museum, the small boat there is a replica of the Betsy that is sunk together into the beach. Our next stop is the Yorktown Victory Center.
Town Victory Center. Going to town after the event today and kiss a pretty girl. I don't want to offend her with my bad breath. So I chew on this sassafras branch and I spray the end and then I'll kind of chew on it and you get a sweet taste in your mouth. And a lot of people, even though there's a lot of sugar in the diet, still are not taking good care of their teeth. Toothbrushes are very expensive. They don't work very well. Tooth powders are very harsh. And most people don't do it anyway, so tooth extractions are very common in the Army, but people try to keep their teeth clean. They'll wipe them off with cloths and salt, but that's very harsh. It doesn't work very well. So there's my toothbrushes, because I know I have to do something to keep my teeth looking halfway decent. You don't want to offend anybody with bad breath. Ladies, when you pick up a husband during this time, he can be mean and cruel and beat you, have no prospects and no money, but you'll marry him because he has sweet breath. That indicates that maybe his teeth aren't too bad. You have to wake up next to him the rest of your life, right?
They'd almost have 6 people in there. Wonderful.
bikes?
Those are known as caltrops. You ever ridden a horse?
Once or twice. Not much.
Could you imagine a few buckets of these on hand, thrown out on the ground, stop a horse or a man on foot? Very simple to construct.
Yeah. I like how they do today with the cars. They
Uh-huh.
put those out there to flatten the tires.
Yeah. And different styles date back as far back as the Romans. So, real simple device, easy to make.
Finish it. Finish it. No, it's just coming right over the top. Finish it.
We know a lot of this is recreated because there wasn't much Jamestown.
Man, if I had to cut to the chase, you said, I don't have a lot of memory on my video camera, and one sentence worth, that's all you get. Here it is. This is the site of the first permanent English settlement in North America, established in 1607, but have a nice day. Okay, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Expeditious. That's why Congress in 1907 said, it's America's birthplace, we must honor this site. Oh, what should we do? What should we do? That's what they did, because everybody back then, they loved these timeless Egyptian-style monuments, these obelisks, so we get ours too. It's supposed to be a thank you present from Congress to the Virginia Company of London. That's the stockholding company paying all the bills to set this place up. They think they are going to get rich. After a few years, the Virginia Company is just hoping they're going to break even. If you like risky investments, just go put all your stock in the Virginia. Oh boy, it's just, I would stick to savings bonds. You know what I mean? But this monument goes up in 1907. The Memorial Church is put up in 1907 too. That's a little more site appropriate. It's on foundations of an older church that goes back to about 1617. And hey, it's our 300th anniversary. It should play happy music, birthday. They always time it right, don't they, you know? It's like that and little babies, you know? But we get a statue of Captain John Smith. That's our third present for our 300th anniversary. All these things going up on this island, and the place is already being preserved, at least in part, by a private organization. They still take care of that part of the island today. Preservation Virginia. They have about 24 places all over the state of Virginia. Jamestown was one of their first projects. And then the feds show up, here we are. Thank you, taxpayers, future taxpayers. We'll get him eventually. Just you wait and see. Oh boy. We've been here since 1934. Middle of the Great Depression, we buy the rest of the island up. It's about 1,500 acres altogether. Now when the English arrived, there's no rangers, there's no Preservation Virginia, there's no monument, there's nothing, okay? Trees, deer, that's it, and that's the way the English like it. Because the boss, the Virginia Company of London, had advised them. The boss said, I quote, "Do not distress the naturals," unquote. Like, don't upset the local people. There are a lot more of them than there are of you. You may need their help in the future. And the settlers find this out the hard way, because they don't land here at first. They land down around Virginia Beach. And our old movie put it this way. This is very subtle. It said, they found it unsuitable to their desires. Yeah, what's going on? This is the worst pun in American history, but I have to do it. It's too good to pass up. One of the settlers, Gabriel Archer, sticks his hand up and somebody shoots an arrow through Gabriel Archer's palm. Oh man. This is a subtle hint. Do not distress the naturals. We're going to take about 2 weeks going up and down this big James River looking for the perfect place for settlement. And ta-da! The perfect place for settlement, almost. We get it because they designed this big, long footbridge you have to walk across and look down. And you say, it's a disease-ridden, bug-infested swamp with bad water. I wouldn't build a fort here. But remember, they were coming this direction. They had no idea in May how nasty it was going to get. They weren't thinking, oh boy, it's bugs and everything. They put their fort up real quick. John Smith and the fellows described the fort. We're talking a big fenced-in triangle, 300 by 300 by about 400 feet. Now, when I started working here, 1992, if you said to me, where's the fort from 1607, I love questions, but that was not a question I loved. The only question I really, frankly, hated. Okay, and you would too if you were a tour guide. Because people came to see this from all over the country. And you'd have to point in the river and talk about erosion and how the experts had decided the fort had washed away into the river. And oh boy, I don't have to say that anymore, and I am very glad. 1994, Dr. Bill Kelso showed up. He had clues. He said, I don't think the fort's all washed away. Let me just dig out by the church tower and see what I can find. And he's been digging ever since. This is the 11 o'clock program talking just about the archaeology to find this fort. You'll want to check out the dig site. You also want to check out that Museum of Archaeology. Dr. Kelso picked out 1,000 of his favorite artifacts to put on display over there. So the settlers land, they build their fort, and they could just sit around and, well, they've achieved national significance. The Rangers are coming. They just have to wait a few hundred years, but they want to go exploring, see what's out there. John Smith and about a dozen buddies get in this 20-some foot long open boat. They take two 1,500-mile voyages of discovery up and down all these big rivers, in and out of the bay. The man makes it to the eastern shore. He's making a map of Virginia, looking for natural resources. He also wants to set up alliances, friendships, whenever he can with the native people. And he's going to go to the north bank of the York River. That's where he meets Chief Powhatan. When he meets Powhatan, forms an alliance with him, he's gone to the top. We'll talk about that at the next stop. We also need to talk about, you know who? Star of stage and screen, Pocahontas' favorite daughter, Pocahontas. We have a statue over down there. It is the best photo op. She's got her hands out there. Hold her hand and take a picture. Just realize we did just what Walt Disney did. Kind of boosted her years. She's a big grown-up woman. According to the English settlers, she's 10 or 12, maybe 13, so poetic license, okay? We'll talk more about her and her daddy at the next stop. Now, anything y'all want to ask before we go down there? Yes,
One question. When these 104 men and boys came over, did they come willingly, or were they sent because, were they fleeing?
Oh, yeah. It is. It's 104 English men and boys. We women come the next year, 2 of us, but there'll be more later on. A lot of them had daddies who were members of the Virginia Company of London. And, oh, Freddie, you want to go over there and blaze the trail here? A lot of them were, about half were what we would call laborers, actually what John Smith called laborers. They want a piece of the pie. They know if they stay here a certain number of years and things work out, they'll get land. In the early years, this first batch of people, no one was forced to come over here. That comes later when my ancestors come over. Yeah, Scottish traders who were all going to be hanged, Gosh, I'm trying to think. What's the best way to do this? Indentured servitude. You all realize what this is, right? You usually serve 5 to 7 years and you get your freedom, and under the headright system you get 50 acres of land. Some of these people had done nothing wrong, okay? They just didn't have the money up front to come over here, so it's like paying your credit card off. You're paying a long time for that little trip over. 5 to 7 years, then you get your freedom and get the land. Some of them were very naughty people like my ancestors, okay? Yeah, some of the biggest batch of indentured servants to come early, when the first big batch of girls come, the bride ships in 1619, there's another ship called the Duty, like do your duty. And on board is about 100 teenage boys, homeless boys they'd been caught doing the wrong thing at the wrong time, and they got shipped over here to be some of the earliest indentured servants at the time. Anything else to form an alliance with her too. John Smith is going to meet Pocahontas when he visits Werowocomoco. She sponsors him into the tribe. He gets his own village up around Richmond. He gets a Powhatan Indian name, and she has a name for him that lets you know what she thinks about him. And has anybody not seen the Disney Pocahontas movie? It is so good. You must watch it. You must watch it. The music, the colors, the creativity. Oh my goodness. My favorite scene. Here's John Smith, Pocahontas, grown-up Pocahontas, looking into each other's eyes. The colors get really intense, and I love French horns. There must be 40 in the orchestra. They're just all the stops are out. And the leaves, symbolism, the leaves are swirling around their bodies. Ooh. If they don't get married, I mean, this is a soulmate opportunity that's gone up in smoke. Pocahontas describes it a little differently. Here's the name for John Smith that she gives him. She says, my English father. Okay, so father, respect, admiration, oh, daddy. But walking down the aisle, having little babies, not John Smith. It's another fellow who comes a little bit later. It's John Rolfe. It's R-O-L-F-E, for the record. They're going to get married. They're going to have a little baby, little Thomas, and they're going to go to England. The Virginia Company, London, foots the bill. This was very smart, because everywhere she goes, it's like when Queen Elizabeth came here in 2007, we just got all worked up about this. Betty White was here last weekend. We like that too. Hollywood royalty. It's so cool. But people say, I want to buy stock to help the company. I saw Pocahontas walking down the street in London. I want my sons to go over his adventures. It's great for the company, and Pocahontas is having a nice time. They're very nice to her, but they got some nasty germs that she picked up something. Smallpox, tuberculosis. You hear a lot of possibilities. Bottom line is she's going to die in England in her early 20s. She's buried over there. And then her daddy will die the next year. And that's when things really start to fall apart between the Powhatans and the English. Now, let's set in. Did you have a question about Pocahontas?
No, you answered it.
Oh my goodness. Woo, that's great. All right. Yeah, there's so much written about Pocahontas and all. It's just good stuff, you know. I'm fourth grade Virginia history. That was my favorite story. Pocahontas, remember they talk about how she saved John Smith's life, maybe sponsoring him into the tribe. I love that story. But John Smith, Pocahontas dies, her dad dies, and it only makes sense that things are going to go downhill. The settlers have found a way to make money. They start raising tobacco. Supposedly Pocahontas' husband, John Rolfe, gets these little and when you're done, go say hi to John Smith. We got that statue over there. He looks pretty much like the real thing. He's based on a picture done back when John was alive. They let him hold his sword so you can say, oh, John Smith, military leader. He fought in Austria, Hungary, the Netherlands, the guy's been to Turkey, I mean, all over the place. Before he ever gets to Jamestown in 1607, and he isn't even 30 years old in 1607, you gotta live fast back then. In the other hand, big fat books weighing him down. 10 titles under his belt by the time he dies in the 1630s. He's going to write a lot about Jamestown, his adventures, add to that dictionary of native terms, the culture of folks living here, all the stuff going on inside the fort that probably a lot of people wouldn't want you to know about. He tells it like it is. And John also writes that last book that we were talking about, that Settlement for Dummies book, okay? And he says what to do. Step 1, whining never makes it better. Okay? Everybody whines, we all whine. John Smith said the problem is the ones who never stop, okay? Pick them out. They're easy to identify. Select these people and isolate them. Get them away from the other people. Train everybody to do every job. Teach them what to do. Walk off and leave them alone. And John says, no one has to work. I don't care. It's up to you. But he walks around and checks up on you. Don't you love that kind of boss? See if you're sort of with the program, and if you're not, at the end of the day, you don't get the award. And it's not like, oh, look, a coffee mug or, you know, a little ballpoint. I don't think they had those back then. John Smith gives you something you really want. You work, you eat, okay? No work, no food. He said it motivated them all just amazingly. We moved beyond survival. That's why we show glass blowing out by the entrance station. German, Polish, later on Italian craftsmen get this revved up in 1608. So John's doing all these things, but you know what? He's not here very long. I never realized this. 1609, they've been here, what, 2 years? It's the fall of 1609, sailing down the James River. There's a gunpowder explosion on board his ship, blasts a chunk of his leg off. They think he's going to die. They put him on a ship, send John Smith home to England. Don't worry about John. It's real hard, more lives than a cat. It's really hard to kill John Smith. John makes it back to England and recovers, never comes back to Jamestown. That's when this place starts to get sick. They say, we started the winter. John Smith's number is 500 settlers. That's the number he gives. Spring 1610, 60 left alive out of 560. What went wrong? The question is, what did not go wrong? This terrible drought hits about that time. The fellow who takes over after John Smith, he was a nice guy. He had no leadership experience. He was kind of shoved into this by two opposing factions. He thought that each one could push him around, you know how this goes. And more settlers arrive in the fall with no supplies. They've been through the Bermuda Triangle, and then everything got soaked. They've got plague on board the ships when they arrive. It's just, man, it's a wonder there was anyone left alive. They almost bail out. The temporary governor has them on a ship getting ready to leave here. When talk about timing, the real governor, Delaware, shows up. He shows up and he makes them go back and rebuild the fort. When I do a tour for kids, I talk about it kind of being a roller coaster. We're down at the bottom of the roller coaster. Now we get to go up. But it couldn't get much worse than during that starving time period. Pocahontas and John Rolfe get married. Tobacco starts making all that money. The drought lets up. By 1619, we're ready for a little autonomy. Like, let's run the place ourselves a little bit. Our first House of Burgesses, like they talk about at Williamsburg, they're going to be elected from little settlements up and down the rivers. It's about 20 fellows, and they meet inside the walls of the original old church. They're going to pass a lot of laws and rules trying to make this a much more user-friendly place. But you know, y'all, let's face it, it's 2010. What's still in the backyard? The swamp's there. It's not going anywhere. They really should have moved their capital long before they did. It takes till 1699 to move the capital. I think they needed a definite place to go. 1693, they have that place. One of the fellows in the cemetery, he got a do-over for 2007. Look at that big fancy tomb. You got to have descendants to do stuff like this for you. That's the Reverend James Blair. He was a preacher here at Jamestown. He's going to found the College of William and Mary. You see where this is going? 1693. And he says, my college is a seat of learning in Virginia, so that's where the capital should go. And a lot of people jump on this bandwagon. To them, it just makes sense. The capital moves, 1699. Excuse me. Technical difficulties. Yeah, when the capital moves, people start to trickle out of here. And by 1750, two families own everything. And we love those families because they farmed it. You know, they plowed a little bit and they ran there. They pretty much left it alone. We are so lucky. So what we're trying to do here, Park Service, Preservation, Virginia, we're supposed to take care of this place. We're supposed to preserve it for the future. We're supposed to do the fun stuff. You know, we get to tell a story. And there are a bajillion ways to do this. And I laugh at this thing. Isn't this the nuttiest? This is the Reader's Digest condensed version of the early years of Jamestown history. There's just so much to get into, so much to read and study about. My first boss, Deanne, worked here 31 years. And she said, I never got bored because there's so much to get into. But I wanted to introduce you to the story, sort of like one of those little teasers, get you interested. Some of the players, a little bit about the early years. Let me give you ideas of things to do. Checking out the dig site, right, where they're excavating the fort. Checking out that Museum of Archaeology over there. There is a place to get lunch. Halfway in between here and that museum. You can drive the Island Drive. You got to watch the guys doing their glass blowing. When I saw them latest, they were blowing blue glass, and that's so cool to watch. And you got to go to Yorktown too. Remember, that's part of our park. last major battle of the American Revolution. And your ticket, if you got a ticket, it's good for the next 6 days. Now, someone tell me what time it is and we'll see if I was good or not. 11. How do you do? I did it. Oh, that's so good. Now, if anybody has questions, I'm here, but if you want to join that archaeology.
I'm one of the archaeologists on staff here. I'd like to all welcome you to historic Jamestown Island. Just as a preface to my presentation, I'd like to mention when you all came across the causeway and came onto the island, you are presently on Park Service property, all right? But when we go through the gates here, you're going to be on private property, all right? 22 acres of the island belongs to the organization that I work for. It's called Preservation Virginia. Why I bring that up is sometimes during the course of the tour, a person will make the comment, you know, this is where my tax dollars are going to. We don't receive any federal funding. We don't receive any state funding. Okay, the only funding that supports the project, the archaeology here, is grants and donations. Okay, we just like to make that clear right off the bat. Especially in this day and age, you notice that all the nonprofits, the amount of money being donated has dropped 11% this past year. So everybody's hurt, especially nonprofits. But anyway, the tour will be about 40 minutes long. I'll take you through various portions in the site, show you the active archaeology, and then I'd also like to give you a bit of a historical perspective before we start. It's a rather large group. I would like you to please keep your questions till the end of the tour. I will be more than happy to stick around for as long as you want and answer your questions. But I know a lot of people have got a schedule that they're on and they want to be someplace, so I don't want to take up their time. All right? And also during the course of the tour, if we would please kind of stay close together so that you can hear what I'm saying and I don't have to yell, all right? And I always like to start the tour by giving you a couple questions to think about during the course of the tour. And that is, why is history important and why do we study history? Okay? Keep those two questions in the back of your mind, all right? And I'd like to start off by asking another question, that is, can anybody tell me why in 1607 these 104 men and boys arrived here at Jamestown? What was their reason for coming here?
Well, they were
Yes, ma'am. They wanted to jump the land before everybody else did. Well, the Native Americans were already here, see? No? Anybody else?
Trade.
Trade?
And they wanted to beat out Spain.
Profit. Freedom of
A
religion.
little bit more simplistic.
Make money.
Make money, exactly. They wanted to make money, all right? A lot of people had the idea that they wanted to bring Christianity to the heathen. Some people thinking that they were coming here to find the Northwest Passage. No, the principal reason of why these people arrived here was to make money, all right? The Virginia company that organizes this whole undertaking was not unlike a corporation today, all right? They sold shares of stock in return for their investors' investment, all right? And these investors expected a return on their investment, okay? Now, can anybody tell me what was going on in Central and South America prior to 1607 with the Spanish?
They were making a lot of money.
Essentially how?
Gold, silver.
They were raping the country of their gold and silver, right? Putting it on their galleons and bringing it back to old Spain, right? Okay? The English crown saw what was going on. Elizabeth secretly or covertly was supporting, if you're familiar with Sir Francis Drake, the Sea Dogs, all right? They were raiding these Spanish galleons as they were coming back to Spain and taking all their gold and silver, all right? Finally, it had gotten to the point that the Spanish king had had enough of this, Philip II, all right? And can anybody tell me what happens in 1588?
Armada.
The what? The Armada, all right? The Spanish king assembles this huge fleet and sends it to England with the intent purpose of destroying the English fleet, all right? We all know what happens to the Spanish Armada, right?
Right? Not only naval engagement, but they had to deal with weather, they had to deal with the equipment that they were utilizing, but it ends up the Spanish fleet is essentially destroyed. All right? This paves the way now for the English to come to North America and settle here relatively unimpeded by the Spanish. Okay, now the Virginia Company was not so short-sighted into thinking, okay, we send these 104-minute boys here, they go looking for gold and silver, they don't find anything, they just get back on the ships and head home, all right? They had a backup plan. They brought artisans with them. They brought jewelers, they brought blacksmiths, they brought masons, they brought carpenters, they brought glassmakers, all with the intent purpose that if they were not able to find gold and silver here, they would be able to manufacture something here in order to sell back in England. Now, if you're familiar with the system that they had back then, all right, you had the master craftsman, then you had the apprentice and the journeyman, okay? The master craftsman had essentially all the corporate knowledge. Let's say you wanted to start a glass making operation here. What happens if your glass maker, your master craftsman dies? What happens to your glass making operation? It essentially goes away too, all right? A lot of the plans that they had laid never came to fruition because within that first year, over 2/3 of these 104 men and boys died, all right? The other problem that they had was they didn't bring any backwoodsmen, they didn't bring any farmers with them. Their plan was they were going to trade with the Native Americans for their foodstuffs, all right? They brought trinkets, they brought glass beads, they brought iron objects like hatchets and knives, okay? All to trade with the Native Americans. The only problem with this plan was when the English arrive here, it's during the midst of one of the worst droughts in over 700 years, okay? It wasn't like everything was brown, all right? But the Native Americans had a corn crop, but they only had enough to feed themselves. They didn't have an excess to trade with. So it ended up being, instead of having a reciprocal arrangement with the Native Americans, it ends up becoming adversarial, all right? And the English essentially have to take by force the food from the Native Americans. This doesn't really put them on the best footing with the natives right off the bat, okay? Now, can anybody tell me why they would have located their settlement here at Jamestown Island? Why would they have put it here?
No Indians.
Well, the water's deep enough, they could actually bring their ships up close enough, they could tie it up to the trees, and then they'd just be able to put a gangplank down, but something else.
Defensible.
It's what?
Defensible.
Defensible. You're on an island surrounded by water. It's a lot more easily defensible than to have it on the mainland. Okay, that's one thing. What about something else?
Nobody's here.
Well, the Native Americans use this as a seasonal hunting ground here. What about the Spanish? What happens if they would have put it on either in the Chesapeake Bay or on the Atlantic coast? There was still a real possibility of them being sighted by the Spanish, all right? It wasn't like Spain didn't have any ships anymore. They were still running their ships between the Caribbean and Old Spain. The possibility of the Spanish sighting them if they were on the coast was very real. That's why the Virginia Company told them to locate their settlement far enough inland so they wouldn't be interfered with by the Spanish. Okay, all right, a little bit from the historical perspective, now the archaeological point, all right? Prior to 1994, when my boss, Dr. Bill Kelso, started excavations here, right, there had been archaeology done on the island. The general consensus was that the fort no longer existed. It had been washed away by the James River, okay? Bill comes here and he says, no, the fort's still here. They've just been looking for it in the wrong place. And what Bill was thinking, if you look over here to your left here or behind you, the church structure, right, that's an early 1900s construction. But behind it is a church tower. And the church tower is from the 1650s, right? It's the oldest standing structure here on the island. Bill's thinking is the English would not have constructed the church very far from where they would have had their first church services. Okay? Naturally, when the English arrived here, one of the first things that they would have done was conduct church services in order to thank God for their safe passage to the New World. All right? They would have had a tarp and essentially just had their services underneath the tarp. But he's thinking, okay, that tower is not very far from where they would have had those services. So he focuses attention on the tower and starts excavating in what we call the eastern bulwark or the eastern corner of the fort. All right? You have to imagine this, all right? He comes out here by himself with a wheelbarrow and a shovel, all right? He puts up his rope perimeter and he starts digging, you know? We like to tell the story. There's a woman comes up to the rope with her two boys. And one of the boys asks Bill, "Hey, sir, what are you doing here?" And Bill goes, "Well, I'm looking for James Ford." The mother grabs the two kids and she pulls them away from Bill. She's thinking the guy's out of his mind, right? Everybody knows this fort doesn't exist. What is this guy doing, all right? The only thing was, where Bill started digging, he starts finding artifacts. Okay, these are all from the 17th century. It ends up, what he had been digging into was a trash pit. Okay, so he's pulling all these cool artifacts out. This stimulates interest in what's going on here. He's able to get additional funding, put his team together, and the rest, shall we say, is history, okay? Now, what I would like to do is, like I said, if we could stay kind of close together, we're going to get up and we're going to walk through the gates here, and then we're going to make a left in front of the tower, and I'll give you some information in front of the church tower there. You know, the English Empire, this is their first step outside of England. This is their first foothold in what became the empire where the sun never sets. Okay, we got everybody. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, right now you are presently inside the original 1607 James Fort. All right? The palisades that you see surrounding you are in the original locations of where the original palisades were. How do we know that? When Bill starts excavating in the eastern bulwark, one of the first things he finds is a series of circles in the ground in a line. All right? If you take a wooden post and you put it in the ground and you allow that post to decompose, there's a chemical reaction between the post and the soil. All right? The post actually stains the soil. So what Bill was looking at was the original palisade line. All right? What does he do? He follows the palisade north until we get to what we call the northern bulwark. Right? The line stops. What does he do? He digs a little bit to the right, digs a little bit to the left. He picks up the western palisade and follows it to the river. All right? So too with the southern palisade. Until when you look at the fort, all right, in totality, we have over 88% of the fort still here. The only portion of the fort that has been washed away by the James River is what we call the western bulwark or the western corner of the fort. And if you go down here to the river, you'll see a seawall here. In the early 1900s, the Army Corps of Engineers arrives here at the request of Preservation Virginia to construct a seawall, right? Preservation Virginia wanted to save the remainder of the island. So they construct this seawall, not knowing that the fort exists, inadvertently preserving the remainder of the fort. Right? I like to tell people that occasionally the Army Corps of Engineers does do good work, and in this case, for the archaeologists, this was a godsend. Right? The other thing that's unique about this area, historic Jamestown, James Fort, we have a 2-for-1 deal here. Right? Not only do we have the original fort, but can anybody tell me what was going on in the United States in 1861? The Civil War. Right? This orientation, right, this is east, this is west, this is south, and this is north. Anybody tell me what major city lies upriver from us? Richmond, okay, the capital of the Confederacy. The Confederates were concerned that Union gunboats would come up the James River here and attack Richmond. Hence, they come here, they construct a fort, right? When we go through the western palisade there, you're going to see a series of earth mounds to the front of you and on your right-hand side. Those are the remains of the original Confederate fort. The earthworks actually came right through the center of the fort here, all right? And we had to excavate through those earthworks in order to get to the 1607 level. Now, when the Confederates come here and they take all this earth and pile it up into these earthworks, what happens to the artifacts that were in the ground, all right? They're moved up into those earthworks. We were finding literally thousands of artifacts piled up into those earthworks. They're important to us, but they're not as important to us as if we would have found them in their original location, all right? Now, going back to the historical perspective, all right, I mentioned about the when the English arrive here, it's during one of the worst droughts in over 700 years. Can anybody tell me where the English, when they arrive here, would have been initially getting their water from?
The river.
The James River, okay? Can anybody tell me what kind of water is in the James River? It's brackish, all right? This flows into the Chesapeake Bay, which flows into the Atlantic Ocean. Come here during one of the worst droughts in 700 years, you're not having a lot of fresh water flow coming down the river. Hence, a lot of this seawater is backing up. I don't know about you or me, but when you eat or drink something that's salty, what does it make you want to do? Drink more, okay? This is exacerbating their problems here at Jamestown. They're drinking from this river, all right? You have to put this in perspective. They leave England in December of 1606. They arrive here in May of 1607. During the course of the voyage, they're kept below decks, all right, like cargo. The sailors don't want to have anything to do with these people. They're eating miserable food. They come here in the beginning of summer here in Virginia. They're wearing wool. They're dressed in armor, all right? The Native Americans are shooting at them, and they're drinking from the river. You can understand now or appreciate a little bit why so many people die here the first year, all right? The other thing is they construct this palisade in approximately 20 days. Right? It's going out to the woods, felling the timber, dragging it to the site, splitting it, digging the ditches, putting the posts in. We had our field crew, the archaeologists, do this, and the wood was split, and we used an electric drill. But I guarantee you that was backbreaking work for these people who had all these other things going on in their lives in addition to having to build the palisade. Okay? Now, I direct your attention to the structure here to your left, okay? A lot of people have this idea when the English arrived here they would have been constructing log cabins, all right? That's a Finnish thing, Norwegian thing, all right? What they would have been building was what they were familiar with, all right? This is typical of the structures that they were familiar with back in Norfolk, Suffolk, Isle of Wight in England, all right? It's called a post and ground or mud and stud construction. Essentially what they do is they dig a hole in the ground, they put a wooden post in, and then they backfill around it, all right? And this is what we're looking for as archaeologists. When we're excavating, okay, and you see these posts in a line forming a rectangle, okay, they're equidistant apart. More than likely what you're looking at is a structure. And this was actually a structure that we found in the corner of the fort. Those posts are located over the top of the posts that we originally found here in the corner of the fort. Now, the one thing about archaeology, in most sciences, you make a mistake, all right, you can go back and erase it on your paper. In archaeology, once you take the dirt out of the ground, you can't put it back, all right? So we have to be extremely meticulous when it comes to our excavating, all right? And if you look here on the left, this is where we're doing our active archaeology presently. We dig in 10-foot by 10-foot squares. These squares are on a grid system, all right? Whenever we're excavating and we find artifacts in the ground, we know exactly where we're taking those artifacts from, okay? We didn't set it up yet this morning, but we have a device, it's called a laser transit. what we're able to do is when we find a particular feature or an important artifact in the ground, we're able to map that, put it into a database, so later on we can go back and generate maps as far as the location within the fort. You have to understand, okay, a lot of people ask, why do you dig here? How deep do you dig? Okay, there's no blueprints of James Fort, right? There's no photographs of James Fort. The only thing we have to go on is some written record that the people who were here documented about being here at the fort. So essentially, the only way you're going to find out what the fort looked like is to uncover everything that's inside the interior of the fort, right? And this is how we do this. Presently, what we're doing, one of the things that we have wanted to find was the first church that was constructed here. And we have what we believe is the first church. The purple flags that you see in the ground here, they're put in the location of where the original posts were for this structure. Okay, it's a 24-foot by 60-foot structure. It was near the center of the fort. And what we're going to do probably until the end of the digging season, we're going to be coming west until we uncover the whole length of this structure. Okay? Now, I'm talking about features, I'm talking about artifacts. What I'd like to do now is, if we could, we're going to do an about face. We're going to go up the hill to the tent. You can kind of spread yourself around the top of the hill there. I'm going to give you an idea of what we're talking about. People have the impression that when the river overflows, it deposits silt on the ground here, and that gradually builds up. We're talking millions of years for that kind of situation to develop here, right? The only soil that's been manipulated here at James Fort has been done by human beings, okay? Whether it was the Confederates coming here and piling this dirt up into the earthworks, right? Or modern landscaping, just as we, the archaeologists here, actually put this earth mound in here for this purpose, so you can actually observe what we're doing as far as the active archaeology. So that was all hand dug. But anyway, what I'm standing on right now is the surface that the people, the colonists, would have been walking on back here in 1607, all right? I mentioned the mud and stud construction. They dig a hole in the ground, put a wooden post in. This is what we call a post hole, all right? I liken it, if you're back home, if you're putting in a fence line or if you're putting in a mailbox, you start digging that hole, okay, first thing you're going to do is you're going to go through the grass, then you got the topsoil, underneath that you might have some sand or some clay, but that all goes into a pile, all right? Once you put that post in, you're going to backfill around it, all right? So all that dirt that you've piled up to the side is all going to go into that hole, and what happens is what goes in, what comes out is sand and loam and whatever, it's all mixed up. And that's what this is. This is called backfill, all right, or post hole fill. This here that's darker, this is where the post is actually rotted away, stained the soil, and that's where the original post is. Right?
Yeah, no, apparently not.
Now,
If you're gonna invest that kind of money,
I'm presently standing in a structure, okay, that was built here during the time of the fort period, right? You have a post here, post here, post here. It's rectangular, right?
Yeah.
Just to bring your attention back to the structure over there in the corner, all right? Once they put these posts in, they put the skeleton of the building together, all right? In order to put in their walls, what they would do is they would take wood, what we would call lath, and nail it up to those upright beams, all right, in a row, and then they essentially pack mud in between the lath in order to build the walls, okay? Originally what they were doing is putting the lath in the ground and essentially just burying the bottoms. Well, early on they realized what was happening is the wood was soaking up the moisture from the soil, and their walls started to rot. So later on, what they realized was, okay, we put some river cobbles in the ditch, and then put the lath on top of the cobble. That way it stays out of the ground, and our walls don't rot. All right. We have another feature here that's made out of brick. Anybody give a shot as far as what that particular feature might be?
Fireplace, stove.
Fireplace, all right? Actually, it's a chimney base. You have to understand, this is a dynamic archaeology site, all right? It's not like they just came here, they put in one series of buildings and that was it, all right? James Fort burned down at least twice, okay? So, and the Palisades were only here for approximately 20 years. After 20 years, the Palisades came down and this reverted to farmland. This was part of a later structure. It was a 20 by 40 foot building. It had a brick-lined cellar. The cellar was actually located underneath where those sandbags were presently located. Okay? We were really excited about excavating this thing because we were thinking we'd find a huge number of artifacts in it. When we got down to the bottom of the cellar, we found virtually nothing. Right? Is anybody here from Virginia? Can you tell me what was Bacon's Rebellion? Anybody know about? Okay. In 1676, the colonists on the frontier were having a problem with the Native Americans. The Native Americans were raiding the frontier. The colonists were a little upset with this. They came to the governor and said, hey, do something to protect us, all right? There was no protection forthcoming. It ends up, a few of the colonists took it upon themselves to come here to Jamestown to get the attention of the governor. They burned down Jamestown, all right? This structure was in existence at the time. We came to find out that the person who owned this structure was a sympathizer with the people, the rebellion, right? So what we figured was he knew when the buildings were, the fort was going to be fired. He removes all of his precious belongings before the firing. Hence, we found no artifacts in the building. Okay, little mystery and trade here at Jamestown. I have another feature here. It's about 2.5 feet wide and about 5.5 feet long. Does anybody tell me what this might be? Exactly. It's a grave. All right. We find these all throughout the interior of the fort. You see all the crosses over there towards the western bulwark. All right. There are 24 graves and 22 grave shafts. All right. We believe that those are probably the first people that arrive here. They die within the first summer, August or September, the first year of being here. Okay. Should have taken this off. I mentioned also about you can see this as we see through the tour here. But I mentioned about bringing artisans here. One of the things they brought was blacksmiths, okay? They wanted to refine iron ore here. We always wanted to find a furnace here. This is the remains of one of the furnaces that they had inside the interior of the fort, okay? When we go through the Palisades there, we actually have, it's a working furnace. We actually refine iron ore there, but this was a location of where we found one of the original furnaces inside the fort. It's a conical type contraption, all right? It has an opening at the top and an opening at the bottom. What they would do is they would take iron ore and charcoal, feed it in through the top. This whole process would continue on during the course of the day with them continually feeding this stuff in. And then at the end of the day, what they would do is open up the little opening at the bottom. All this stuff would come out of the bottom. It's what we call slag. It's all the impurities from the iron ore. And they would be left with a large bloom of iron, all right? This was what the blacksmiths or the metalsmiths would be utilizing then in order to manufacture their iron tools or their iron weapons here at Jamestown. Okay, so this was a major find for us. Now, I mentioned about the archaeology as far as how we dig. When we find artifacts on the site, okay, all of these artifacts that we find in a particular square will be put into a bag. That bag will have a contact number, right? The square that we had find these artifacts. These bags go into a lab that we have on site. The artifacts are washed, they're sorted, they're numbered, and they're cataloged, all right? All the artifacts stay here on the island. The beauty about this is, if somebody wanted to do research associated with, let's say, white Dutch clay ball pipes from the 17th century, they're able to come here, we're able to pull those artifacts right from our vault, and they can do the research right here. All right? It's a unique thing about public archaeology. The idea of being able to come up to the ropes here and to actually talk to the archaeologists is one of the unique things that we have here, and we want to have that continue here. Okay? All right. What I would like to do now is, if we could, we'll make a right, and we're going to go through the palisades there. And what I'd like to do is set up another semicircle just outside the palisades. Now, if you look behind you there and to your right, you see these earth mounds in back of you, right? Those are a part of the original Confederate earthworks. They actually came right through here and then through the center of the fort. We ask that you don't walk over them or don't go on them and start digging in them, please. I mean, it is a felony to bring anything off the island. Okay, the other thing is, this structure here, I know it looks really simplistic, but that's what they were using, the metalsmiths, the blacksmiths. They would essentially use the opening at the top, they put the iron ore in the top, and then they put the charcoal in, feed it in during the course of the day. And then they have that little opening at the bottom, they'd open up, and you can see all the slag that's sitting all around it right now. That's what they would use to make iron, all right? Okay, getting back to history a little bit. Can anybody tell me how the Native Americans viewed the Spanish when the Spanish arrived in Central and South America? Who do they think these people were? Gods. Gods, all right? They had never seen a white man before, all right? They had never seen these huge beasts that they were riding, their horses. They had never seen the outfits that reflected the sun's rays before, their armor, okay? The natural assumption for the Native Americans was that these people were gods. The Virginia Company wanted to keep that same facade going here with the Native Americans. They told the colonists specifically that you will hide your casualties from the Native Americans. Hence, they were burying their bodies inside the fort walls. It had only gotten to the point where they had had so many casualties that they had to start burying their bodies outside the walls. But by then, the Native Americans knew what was going on, the jig was up, so it really didn't make any difference anyway. Right? The other thing I wanted to mention was, when you walked through the palisades here, you notice the cobbles in a rectangular pattern along the western palisade. All right? These were two structures that we found while we were excavating along the western palisade. All right? One of those structures, at the far eastern end, when we started digging, okay, we came upon this structure. All right? Can anybody tell me or have an idea of what this structure might have been? We already seen one of them on the site.
Chimney or?
Chimney base, okay? Chimney base. We found that chimney base sitting inside a well, all right? Now, who in his right mind would construct a building over the top of a backfilled well? essentially, why would they put especially the heaviest part of the building, the chimney, over the top of the backfilled well? I have to impress upon everybody that the corporate knowledge here at Jamestown was extremely short, all right? You have to understand, you know, a lot of people have the idea when the English arrive here from England, they just kind of like hang out here at Jamestown, all right? That was not the case, okay? Many of the people that come here had land grants from the king. Their whole mission or their whole plan was to arrive here from England, to resupply, and then head either upriver or downriver, find a property, go ahead and stake it out and start clearing the land and putting in a crop, all right? It was not to come to Jamestown and just hang out, all right? So what was happening is the corporate knowledge here was very, very limited. People were constantly coming and going. So the idea of a person constructing a building over the top of a backfilled well was not unreasonable. All right? The other thing was, I mentioned when the English arrived here, they initially started drinking from the river, okay? Eventually they reasoned, hey, maybe we should dig a well here. You know, it would be a good idea for fresh water. So there were two areas in the site. We've got the white PVC pipe sticking out of the ground. When you go back onto the site, you'll see them. One's in the center of the fort, and the other one's in the northern bulwark here. When we started digging the well in the northern bulwark, all right, we got down to the bottom. It's approximately 14 feet down to the water table. We had found some really unique artifacts down there, and you're some of the lucky first people to see this. We got down to the bottom of the well, and is anybody familiar with the Swiss Guards at the Vatican? All right, they hold this. It's got a long shaft, and it's got a ceremonial crest at the top. Okay, it's called a halberd. All right, we found a totally intact halberd at the bottom of the well. All right, and you will see it. And if you go into the museum, it's on display. It just came out of conservation in July. All right, so you're going to be some of the first ones that have seen this. In addition to the halberd, we found a totally intact Scottish pistol at the bottom of the well. All right, we had the barrel X-rayed. It still had 2 rounds in the barrel. All right, and we were finding literally thousands of animal remains. We figured that, you know, they would butcher an animal and they throw the bones in the well. Okay, you have to understand. If a well goes bad or it dries up, okay, you have this huge hole in the middle of the fort. What do you do with it? Garbage. You throw your garbage in it, okay? Now, to the colonists, their garbage, to an archaeologist, it suddenly becomes this huge treasure trove. You have all these artifacts in a very, very confined space, all right? So we know with reasonable assurance what they were eating here, all right, because of the animal remains that were in the bottom of the well. We found, and we started excavating the well in the center of the fort. We finished it up last December, and we were really excited about this because this is what we believe to be John Smith's well, the first well. And we were figuring we could maybe possibly find cannons at the bottom of this thing, right? The fort had been abandoned at one point. After the starving time, they essentially said, the heck with this place, and they boarded their ships and headed back to England. Unfortunately, they didn't get past the Chesapeake Bay. The relief convoy was coming up the James River with the incoming governor, Lord Delaware. He meets these people and says, turn around, you're heading back to the fort. And so these guys come back. But anyway, we were excavating the well and we got down to the bottom and we were really excited. We found virtually nothing at the bottom of the well. We found an oak cask, okay? But we came to the conclusion it had a series of post holes around the top of the well. And what we surmise is, being in the center of the fort, all right, if you're attacked by the natives, okay, and they've breached the palisades, you're always going to want to have a last point of defense, a final refuge. What better place to have it than at a well, all right? At least you're going to have water, okay? So the well that we had in the northern bulwark was more accessible to the public. Hence, people were dropping the stuff in it. But the well that was in the center of the fort was restricted. You had a guard on this, okay? So you didn't have people dropping their trash into that well, all right? Okay. Now, this leads me up to my finishing point here. If you take the road here, just for information, okay, you go down the trail. The Dale House is on your left, okay. We got a restaurant there. We got bathrooms in there. If you go a little bit further down the trail, there's the copper-clad building. That's our museum. I strongly encourage everybody to go into the museum and see the artifacts that we have here on site. This is the last point, okay? I mentioned at the top of the show, okay, 2 questions that I had for you. Why is history important, and why do we study history? Can anybody give me an answer for that? One of those questions? To learn from the past, it's the number one answer. What's that?
Do something right in the future.
Yes? Anybody else?
So we don't make the same stupid mistake.
No, that's inevitable. Let me give you an analogy, okay? Let's say you're walking, going through the checkout counter and you're looking at the magazine rack on the right side of you. Or if you go through Barnes & Noble and you're looking at the tell-all section or book section. Do you honestly believe that everything that you read in those magazines and books is truthful?
Yeah, but it was on the internet too.
Yeah. Some people say yes, and I really worry about the future of America. No, I should hope that you think, no, I gotta look at this with a discerning eye. Is this really truthful or not? Okay? I'm not gonna put anybody from Virginia on the spot, but they used to take, in Virginia history, they used to mention that the people that arrive here initially were all gentlemen, all right? And the reason why all these people perished was because they couldn't adapt to the environment that they were in. We know that to be false because of the archaeology. When you go into the museum and see the tools that these people were actually utilizing here, you'd have an appreciation for what was actually going on here. These weren't gentlemen. They were trying to do a business here. The only problem is, if you didn't do the archaeology here, you wouldn't know that. Hence, the history books would continuously repeat that error. All right. I like to let's say, kind of like make this Jamestown CSI. All right. It's not a crime scene investigation, but the thing is, because of the archaeology, we're actually learning what's going on here. All right. And I mentioned at the top of the tour that all the nonprofits have been suffering. They've had 11% downfall in contributions this year. It's the same problem we have here. We need some kind of support in order to keep the project going. Now, I know a lot of you have maybe young, daughters or sons that want to be archaeologists. We have a program where you can actually participate here on the site. Okay. If you're interested, we got a couple premiums for minimum donation. Okay, the cargo tag that I have on my hat, we actually found this in the well. Okay, it has the name Jamestown on the tag, only it's got Y instead of James. J, it's Old English. All right, this went up on one of the space shuttles, did the 3 million mile trip and came back here. We had an astronaut actually present it to us on the site. You get one of those cargo tags. You get an actual certificate, a stock certificate. It's not signed by the Crown. It's signed by Dr. Kelso, but they make great gifts or presents at birthdays or Christmas. But the really cool thing is if you got a computer at home, all right, we have video updates monthly about what's going on at the site, whether it's active archaeology out in the field or whether we're conserving artifacts in the lab, all right? So you can actually see what's going on, and there's a newsletter. So if anybody's interested, I'll be more than happy to pass out cards. You can bring them to the gift shop at the museum or the visitor center, and they'll take care of you there, okay? I will stick around and answer anybody's questions for as long as you want. I hope you have a pleasant stay here, and I hope you come back soon because this place is constantly changing. All right? Ask the couple who was here when Bill started first digging. They're here.
So we'll go back and look at the pictures of him.
Behind the cross where the body was.
I think so too.
Cut her toe off.
That's the same one you were going to put that stuff on.
Yeah, it's that same one. Every year she comes up on it. She's got some that are good.
You look down and see it looks like another little building around it. There's just one grave in there. Where that part of it was actually had a building, the building was basically glass furnace, and that's where they used to make iron. And they found iron supply. And you're also, you'll notice some big, like here on the corner, just where the sandbags, there's a tobacco ground. There's two wells. Right inside the road here is a well they excavated last year. And then on the other side of the tent, there's another well they excavated about 4 years ago. And they found some really neat things. So the one that's closest to us from last year, they found...
You guys want to get your picture taken? Come on.
I was going to take pictures, but
Go ahead.
Larry said he's got 4 million on there.
No, I said I can put about 6,000 on here.
Well, I don't think we need that many.
Say when.
Maybe a little thing like China color. Just a little name.
I'd like to stand by Pocahontas. lot to eat.
Yes.
Probably a lot of frogs too, I bet you. Ken, do you want some water?
Not right now.
Okay.
I could see.
Those are the ones where the old boys were sitting outside. Sure, not.
Yeah, Shirley.
I thought you said Sully.
No, I'm sorry, Randy, it was Shirley.
Was the one where the old boys were sitting outside? Oh, okay.
You know what I wanted to know, Bill?
They had a drink to the water fountain.
This is where I drink at the
Yeah, go boil water from the river. They weren't boiling. They didn't have to boil back then.
punishment of death. Don't worry. We'll follow proper English procedure. Those of low nature shall be hanged, and those of high nature shall be shot. That's the way it's done. So let me ask you, how many people do you think His Lordship needs to put to death? Yeah, not very many. Alright? One guy steals food. And they kill him off. The governor reminds you, nearly 300 people starved to death last year for want of that food that they had stolen. Might as well have committed a murder. But here he goes. Now how about the rest of us? We're going to pay attention to those laws, aren't we? It says right in there that if you steal food, he'll put you to death. And by gum, he did it. So we're going to do exactly what he tells us, including come to church twice every day. Now, the martial laws don't last forever. War with Indians doesn't last forever. We're going to celebrate a wedding in here. Who's getting married? Pocahontas. Who's she marrying? That John Rolfe guy, right? Anyway, they get married. It ends the war with the Powhatans. You folks can come in. Don't be shy. All right.
Hay como un, pero sí, pero que ya aprendí la primera como una de las pinches, una cajita. Pero ya hice grasa.
All right, here we go. Present peace. Give fire.
That's the roof. That's the Irish yard.
Keep all these little ball bats work.
When she fires the musket, she's going to use those to load.
I thought you had to have a long ramrod.
Well,
just built, but what would it
Yeah,
be?
the archaeologists think it would have been, that's based on archaeology from the actual site, probably mentioned. And the archaeologists think it would have been the governor's house, or governor's road. That's interesting because normally when you find a foundation, it's hard to pin. It's hard to do that.
Right. Let's keep that city good.
Oops, drop detection. Okay.
There's one guy down there that was just fascinating to listen to. And, you know, he was talking about how they ended up.
Later archaeology. America builds there during your war for independence, builds there during the Civil War, builds there during the First World War. All of this is historical. didn't want to ruin it.
So he's going to bring it this way, and the advantage also is the
We're in there. We're in over here. You've got walking cycle system to start off. You adjust it. It's a long haul. It's a long haul. Oh, here the binnacle is where the compass would be.
Oh, brother, wait, come here.
Okay, Sarah, but we gotta hurry.
Hey, guess what?
We're coming, Dad.
We're coming. There's a face above it.
That's the rudder.
Oh, the rudder? So was this
all we had was home computers and laptops. That's all we had to work with. But we were thankful to have them.
Well, pretty much if you needed a tool, you made it yourself. But something women did do, over here, making some bone tools. The Powhatan people weren't making tools from metal. Doesn't mean no tools, it means you make tools with the materials you have. And bone is certainly something they had in the fall. The men would go hunting, every man in the village working cooperatively to bring in lots of deer. I did. This is something, local hunters donate these to us because today people don't need the leg of the deer. 400 years ago, the Powhatan men would bring this back to the village. It's not a tool by itself, but you would take it apart and use all of its parts. The hoof here can be put in boiling water that will melt, and it makes a very strong glue. The tendon, the part that connects muscles to bones, that right there, can be separated into individual fibers called sinew, and it's very, very strong. So that's a useful part. And then all the bones, the long leg bone here, and also the smaller bones in the foot and in the joints, can be cut into tools. You're welcome to come over and take a look at these. I've got some of the tools that can be made from bone, certainly not all the tools, but several sizes of needles, some larger ones for sewing the mats onto the houses, some smaller ones for sewing leather, fish hooks. Very happy to tell you, sir, you'd be making that and not me. The men were the fishermen again, so they'd be making the fish hooks. And I've got some awls for drilling holes and a scraping tool. So lots of different tools, and you would start out with the raw material, whatever bone it was you were going to use, and cut it or break it. And here I'm just using a scrap of stone. This is something that you would have gotten when you were making a stone tool like a knife, and that will cut that into the basic shape you want. And then you'll end up with pieces like these. And these, in this particular case, these are going to be needles. So my next step will be to take a rough stone, and this will be kind of like using sandpaper on wood. I'll grind away small bits at a time. You can see that white dust that's being made. And once I get it thin enough, then I'll cut the hole. And that's my personal choice. Step by step, did the Powhatan do this exactly the way I am? Well, we don't know step by step, but chances are, since everybody made their own tools, I'd say there's a real good chance that everybody did it a little bit differently. I like to cut the hole first or early on because I'm most likely to break this needle when I cut the hole. So I certainly don't want to put all that effort into finishing the whole needle and then cut the eye and potentially break it. So I'll cut it, grind it thin, use a sharp piece of stone to cut the hole, and then I'll finish the grinding. You're more than welcome to give this a try if you'd like to. Time consuming, but it does do a good job.
My sister and I used to do that a lot when we were little.
There's a button we could have pushed.
That was in the back.
Not 54, that's 62. Doesn't that say? Oh. There's two bolts that collide and hit each other.
big down there. It's bring down heat. Richmond.
under the crate.
Hello. Y'all having a nice day?